Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young Garou have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th Anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now, let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi everyone, my name is Nikki and I'll be playing Delphine Ruin Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Almost didn't see you there. My name is Jay. I'll be playing Forged from Failures, Bonar Rune on that Sigma grind.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lilith, and I will be playing Juniper Cameen, the Black Fairy Ragbash.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Before we get caught up on all of the happenings in the Tampaverse, especially relating to the Hellhounds, let's go ahead and talk about our Halloween giveaway we have going on right now. It is a huge giveaway that you're going to want to take part in, and if you haven't entered yet, you should enter by following that link down in the description. Let's take a look at the prizes and details about that giveaway now. You read that right. It is our first ever giveaway, and what better time to have a giveaway than the spooky season. My name is Kent, and I'm the founder of St. Pete by Night and the storyteller of both Rage Across Tampa and Hounds, and it's time for our Halloween giveaway. So let's get into the details about this giveaway because it is a big one and you're going to want to participate. First, let's take a look at the prizes. Our grand prize winner is in for a Werewolf starter pack, and that comes with a Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition core rulebook, a character journal, a full dice set necessary to play the game, and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of our friends over at Chromatic Creations. And if you aren't selected for the grand prize, don't worry, because you are in for a great runner-up prize. 3 of our runner-ups will receive a full dice set necessary to play any World of Darkness game and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of Chromatic Creations. So those bags you see on the screen, one of them could be yours if you're a runner-up in this contest. So you're probably asking yourself, how do I enter? Well, there's many ways you can enter into this contest, including visiting St. Pete by Night on YouTube, submitting a video about your favorite Tampaverse character, joining our Discord on the link down below, following St. Pete by Night on Instagram, commenting on the Instagram photos, and following St. Pete by Night on TikTok. But wait, there's more. You could also submit a TikTok about your favorite Tampaverse character. Follow St. Pete by Night on Blue Sky. Like, repost, or reply to our Blue Sky posts. Share a post using one of the hashtags St. Pete by Night, Rage Across Tampa, Tampaverse, or SPbN Halloween. Plus, there are bonus entries if you're a Twitch subscriber, so subscribe to Twitch. But of course, it wouldn't be a giveaway without the important legal jargon, so let's get to the important stuff. The giveaway runs October 7th through November 1st, 2025. You must be 18 or older and a US resident to enter. Winners are chosen at random through Gleam and announced on YouTube and our social media. The contest is free to enter, no purchase necessary, and it's not sponsored or endorsed by YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Blue Sky. See full terms and rules with the link in the description. That's right. You have until November 1st to enter into that giveaway, and you can enter multiple times in multiple different ways. So get involved with that giveaway to win a Werewolf starter pack or one of our amazing runner-up prizes. But let's get to the reason we're all here. Hellhounds. Last week, we saw Raymond get sassy with the patron spirit Ember when he tried to get a solution to his ongoing issues with Jordan, only to find he didn't exactly like the answer he was given and is stubbornly trying to find another solution. Delphine went and sought counsel from the Ghost Council, Anna Pelfrey, in regards to the wraith issue she is currently dealing with the spirits of her dead parents. She was given some possible solutions, but it seems it's going to take some time to get rid of these particular specters. But it seems like the focus right now will be on banishing the spirits to help buy some of that time and to give Juniper a reprieve from the torture she's been under at the hands of those spirits. Forged also had an interaction with Rat when he was out looking for his stone to bring to the Caern hearth, and he met some other followers of Rat that were particularly unusual and have yet to be identified or defined. But in his conversation with Rat, he was told to commit to the bit, fake it till you make it, and maybe you'll eventually believe that you are a good person and capable of heroic deeds. We then saw Juniper meet with Artie, where she was given a little bit of insight into what was going on up at the Michigan mines, and that the Sept was concerned about the state of the mines as it had been at least a week since the time of the assault. And no word had been given, no contact had been made. Now, he told her to keep this under her hat to avoid any kind of panic, but that they were hoping to find out more information soon. He also checked in regards to her welfare because she had been so silent at the team building exercise before, and they had a little bit more ragabash bonding time. And then we saw Delphine and Raymond go to visit Spud, both with separate motives as to why they were there, as Delphine had been suffering from withdrawal for quite some time and needed to re-up, and Raymond needed to babysit while also trying to get any information he could from the Thin Blood. And finally, Forged and Juniper visited a hive location, one that had previously been destroyed, and with some investigation, were able to turn up some clues and leads that might link the missing people to the hives. And with that, we get to this week's story. Our first scene begins at the cairn late in the evening. You've all been called to the cairn unexpectedly, even woken out of your slumber for an emergency meeting as Charles makes contact with each of you for one reason or another, demanding that you all come to the cairn as soon as possible because he has a very important thing to tell you. So, though one of you is staying at the cairn, the rest of you find your way out to the hallowed grounds of the Sept. Go ahead and describe yourselves as you head into this interaction. Delphine, we'll start with you.
Delphine is the one that would have been staying at the cairn. She would have been in her lupus form when Charles suddenly woke her up, and would have just thrown on her clothes that she had setting off nearby. She's very raggled. She doesn't have her hair. Her hair's not neat. It's all tangled and messy. Bedhead, big time. And she just looks tired because she's probably since she's staying there, Charles probably would have woken her up last while the others made the trip over. So she's still groggy, trying to figure out what was going on, and just waiting while Charles is tense and making her nervous.
Forged.
Forge is arriving rather grumpy, kind of pissed off, not very happy whenever he's woken up from his sleep. He's currently wearing a Undertaker PJ shirt and just kind of some normal PJ shorts because it gets still a little too hot around here to have normal PJs on. He's just kind of standing there looking like in a half daze, sometimes mumbling some curses to himself as he, scratches his head and looks around seeing what's going on.
Juniper.
Juniper is kind of looking a bit like a hot mess right now. Her hair is just pulled up into a very messy bun. She had actually been getting ready to go to sleep just before we all got the call from Charles. So she put on her clothes that she had been wearing that day, just a simple green shirt and some blue jeans, and quickly put on her hiking boots, knowing that they were going out to the cairn. Um, she is trying to not panic and not spiral into all of the what ifs of that this could be. And so she is just trying some of those meditation practices that she's been learning, and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment, stay present, and hope that it's something good instead of catastrophic.
And finally, Raymond.
Ray has again same kind of get up he always has. A little bit more wrinkled and ruffled jeans, a random t-shirt that was in the hamper thrown on. It's been a while, but is used used to the sudden wake up calls of just dead sleep, being woken up, told to do something. So it's been a minute, but the instinct kicked in a little bit, and he's a little bit more awake than everyone coming in. And we haven't been called by Charles like this before, so suddenly in the night. So I'm also a little worried about what this will mean.
As you arrive to the cairn, you see that it is a flurry of activity. Other members of the Sept are moving about busily, and there is a lot of activity happening near the RVs that are parked off to the edge of the clearing. You meet Charles by the wooden table that is the meeting place, where he stands expectantly until all of you are present before he speaks. I want to apologize for waking you all unexpectedly, but I have an important update that you should all be aware of. We received word from Michigan. The assault on the mine was a failure. The assault team was ambushed unexpectedly, and most are dead. However, we only knew of this because the moon bridge opened and 2 of the survivors made it back. Stakes and Sean. They're in very bad shape, injured, and when you look upon them, it might be quite a shock. So I'm giving you this advance notice now to prepare yourselves, to steel yourselves. But they should recover.
What are the extent of their injuries?
A few broken bones, dehydration, exhaustion, and something a little more permanent. Sean lost an arm, and Stakes lost one of her eyes.
I just take a moment to keep myself grounded, hearing that, reminding myself that they're still alive, that Stakes is still alive, before pausing and looking back up at Charles. Wait, I thought that we're supposed to be able to heal.
That is the more curious part, and something we are trying to get to the bottom of. We are trying not to harass them too terribly with questions, but from what was initially reported, they were unable to heal during the entire encounter. Something was preventing them from regenerating. And when they were assaulted, a lot of the damage that was done, well, had to be cauterized. Because of the fire, it will not be able to grow back.
Can I possibly make the connection from that to when Forged and I were in that basement and fought, and then we took an incredibly long time to heal?
Go ahead and give me a wits and occult.
Okay. What is my rage at right now?
Definitely a 2.
That's what I figured. Four successes.
Because of the supernatural nature there is a similarity that you can connect. Only one other time have you had an experience where healing was slowed, and yes, it was that night in the house.
Okay. I am gonna keep that to myself for now. Until I can talk to Stakes and see what's going on.
How were they ambushed? Who do you know who ambushed them?
Delphine will look at Charles and just be like, "It was the spiral, wasn't it?"
Yes, it appears that they were outnumbered, and with even 3 septs worth of Guru, they were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. The mines were surrounded midway through the assault, which was seemingly a success, until the attack, at which point they flooded the area, destroying everything in their path. But from what we've heard, we believe it to be the activity of Black Spiral dancers.
Do we know if they knew about the plan? Like, was there a leak somewhere? Were they just there in general and just waiting for something to come at some point? Like, how did this happen? There was no indications that it was going to be like this.
I had a vision before we left. Sean, dead, with spirals all over his body. I think the spiral was involved the whole time.
As for
The whole time.
As for the source, we can't say whether there was a leak. We are unable to put that information together. There had been no reconnaissance to say that there was any spiral activity beforehand, or that any of the Black Spiral dancers were even in the region. This was completely unexpected.
So wait, Stakes and Sean made it back. Is everyone else dead?
We can only confirm the deaths of a few that were seen firsthand. Red was one of the dead, as were several of the leadership of the Sept, but there are still some unaccounted for. Unfortunately, we had to shatter the moon bridge to prevent them from following, if that were even a possibility. We're not very sure who else survived, if any. But knowing how the dancers operate, any that did survive were taken.
Delphine will look cautiously over at Ray, trying to gauge his reaction to hearing the news that Red was gone.
Yeah, as soon as Charles says Red as the first name, my shoulders will drop and I will clench my hands into fists and just kind of stare down. And I'll quietly kind of start mumbling, but he promised he would talk to me after we were going to talk. I know. And I'll just kind of go mumbling and kind of stop listening a bit.
Hearing Ray start to mumble and seeing Delphine, looking at him and checking up on him, I will put my hand on his shoulder and give him a reassuring and firm squeeze, trying to just silently, but what is the word I'm looking for? Just trying to quietly bring him back into the moment.
I
I will
realize
kind of reflex away from it. Sorry.
I realize
And
this all comes as a
look
shock.
up.
Go ahead.
You're not lighting up. I'm sorry. Like, it's taking a second to light up on you. But I'll look up at Charles. And are you 100% sure that Red is dead?
We received confirmation that Red was dead, yes. As were several members of the Ohio and Wisconsin Cairns.
I'll just shake my head and just still fist clench. I will just stay quiet for right now.
I will make eye contact with Delphine and then do a quick shift to Ray and back at her, indicating that he's going to be the one that we need to watch for a while.
Delphine will nod and just start sidling over to Forged.
Forge currently just kind of, strangely enough, has more of a at least apathetic front put on. Currently, there's some thoughts whirling in his head. He feels unease and some agitation, but he's trying to just kind of suppress that down and just not feel anything at the moment. As he'll just say maybe a bad time to mention, but I mean, at least we won't have to pay that debt back.
Delphine will straight up smack Forged on the shoulder or on the forearm. So he's taller than her.
Honestly, I feel my lips just like quirk up into like an almost smile, and I shut that shit down so fast. Now is not the time to laugh at that, but damn.
Delphine will grab Forge's by the sleeve and pull him down, and like just very quietly to him, just being like, "You don't joke about the dead. Not like that. Especially not right now."
You see, he'll won't try and dodge the slap, and he'll go down as you bring him down towards your level. As he just blankly stares you for a moment for shaking his head. Just chill. I'm just trying to find a silver lining, man. Look, don't have to take this so serious.
She just casts her gaze over to Ray. He's hurting right now. I know that we mostly cared about stakes, but he cared about Red. We gotta keep an eye on him. We've gotta fucking be there for him right now, okay?
Look, yeah, you got it. Look, you can chill. And just kind of jerks up away from Delphine and kind of steps away, like turns away for a moment for kind of blinking a few times, eyes a little watery as he kind of fights that back a little bit for kind of resuming his tough guy face.
This also poses a problem to our current situation. Aside from the losses of many of our Guru allies, this also means we will not be supplied with the iron we need to combat the forces that are growing around us. We will have to find ways to source iron as best as possible and to use what reserves we have. But as far as we can tell, Michigan is completely cut off at this point. possibly even Ohio and Wisconsin as well. Therefore, I am ordering all of you to stay in Florida. Any of you have any reason to go to Michigan, cancel it. It is not safe there.
No, wait, Charles, hold on. I do got some serious shit up there though, especially with my family and I some of the kid stuff too. Like I do need to go back there at some point.
The best thing you can do for them right now is stay away. If you show up there, you will only draw more attention to them.
See, he opened his mouth to protest before just stopping and kind of just sighing and stepping back, just saying, fine, whatever.
Are there any other questions any of you have before I take you to see Stakes?
How is she mentally?
I think the best word to use is numb or shell-shocked. She had to survive for several days in the mines, staying hidden, before she was able to escape. And with her injuries and Sean's injuries, they had to make the trip back to the Michigan cairn on foot. So she's exhausted. But she is here.
Okay. All right. I look at everybody. And I mean really look at everybody. Are we ready? Because now it's time for us to be strong for her. And for Sean. We have to put all of our shit aside right now. And I look at Delphine a little apologetically. I look at Forged a little apologetically. I look at Ray. I did nothing wrong there. But I look at everybody. Seriously. Are we ready for this?
I mean, are we ever ready for anything we do? But we still do it anyways, so.
Yeah, but this is different. This is going to require us to actually be together as a pack for her.
Delphine will just be sidling back over to Ray, and she'll slowly and cautiously a little bit just put her hand on his forearm to kind of just lead him and be there for him as emotional support, something to lean on, even if it's not physically.
I will just nod my head and kind of step away. And so I'll leave the hand that was placed by Delphine and kind of walk, I guess, a little bit towards Charles, waiting for him to lead the way.
Since there are no further questions, follow me. At this point, he leads you towards the RVs. In one RV, there is a lot of movement and activity taking place. In the other RV, it's quiet. No activity. But he leads you to the one with a lot of activity with lights on, also known as Eliza's RV, the place she's been staying at and living in for quite some time now. As he opens the door, he checks inside, then gives a nod and steps back out. Everyone take a breath. This is not going to be easy. And he then steps inside. As you all follow, there's already a really strong stench in the air. A stench of burnt flesh, a stench of blood, that iron coppery smell in the air. In the floor, a mattress has been pulled out of the back bedroom, and you see two individuals laid out upon the mattress. One of them is Sean, who has several cuts and bruises on his form, and while one arm is folded and his hand is placed upon his chest, the other is completely gone, torn off and burned along the side. In fact, you can see some of the clothing around it is also scorched and dried blood clinging to it. And then there's Stakes, who now is in her lupus form, laid out on the ground, on the mattress. The side that's facing you looks normal. The other side, however, is a horrible mess of burn scarring around the socket, to the point that some of the flesh has basically melted over the socket of the eye. She is breathing slowly, and you can see also several cuts and scrapes on her, and she looks bone thin, as if she hasn't eaten in days. As you all enter, her head lifts up off of the mattress to take you all in. And she blinks a few times with her one good eye before laying her head back down upon the mattress.
Delphine kind of going into healer mode. She will go over to the bedside and she'll glance over at Eliza just to see if is Eliza there?
Yes.
Okay. She'll glance over to Eliza just to see where help is needed so she can try to do something to assist in any way possible.
Eliza looks over towards you and gives a reassuring smile and a nod. There's nothing to be done right now, darling. They are stable for the time being, but this is going to take some time. I have already tried to apply healing, and it is not as effective as it should be. But they're not suffering any current life-threatening injuries. They're just going to need a lot of rest, and it's going to be a slow recovery.
Delphine will nod. She'll look them both over. Just kind of, it's kind of like a harsh dose of reality feeling. Just because even though the pack has been Garu close to 2 years, it's getting around the 2-year mark, at least for Delphine, but the rest of them, we're nearing a year that we've been Garu. And we haven't really dealt to this extent. And seeing how harshly injured they are and seeing basically their future, because this is something that will be expected for each and every one of them going forward. We're expected to potentially get to this point at some point in our lives. It'll make her anxiety rise just a little bit, because this is not something that she ever anticipated in her life. But she can't let herself be panicked in any capacity right now, because already our pack leader is struggling, and we can't have the rest of the pack struggling because he's the one that's going to be having these feelings more. He actually lost someone that he cared about a lot. So she'll push that far down into her belly for right now. And she'll just keep herself busy. And she'll go to the sink, get some water, some rags, and she'll just start cleaning off Sean. Because he's the one that's got skin right now, not fur, and can easily be cleaned with a rag.
Upon seeing the sight in the RV between Stakes and Sean, I can feel tears starting to form in my eyes, and I shut that down so fast. I do everything I can to compartmentalize the situation. And just as Delphine looks to Eliza to see what needs to be done and starts tending to Sean, I will slowly go up to Stakes and look her over, like really look her over, and kneel down. I don't go to touch her. I want to assess how she's doing. And so as I kneel down, I just say super softly, "Hey, Mom. Welcome home."
She lifts up her head to look at you and then gently rubs the good side of her face against your lap, against your leg, letting out a soft, weak whine in recognition. Delphine, as you start tending to Sean, he was unconscious when you first started tending to him, but as soon as you start wiping off and cleaning some of the blood off of his skin and some of the trying to gently go around the burned scar tissue as best as possible, trying to make sure there's no infection, trying to get any of the debris or detritus off, he lets out a slow, soft groan and his eyes flutter open. He then feels his breath hitch in his throat before letting out a long sigh and relaxing back down to the mattress. This is a sight I didn't think I'd ever see.
Shut the fuck up, okay? You lost a fucking arm. Stakes had to dig you out.
Yeah.
Just fucking let yourself get taken care of. Please. Just shut up.
Okay.
You kind of hearing this and seeing this exchange, Forge takes some step forward and will put a hand on Delphine's shoulder as you'll usually kind of squat down to her level and just say, "What do you need help with? I can do some stuff here. What's up?"
She'll look up and down, and she'll not even know where to begin. this is bad. This is the worst she's ever seen. This is something out of an SFX horror film. She is struggling, but then she kind of just out of the corner of her eye, she'll just see Ray. Ray is by himself. Ray needs support, and she looks over her shoulder at Forged. Your job is to protect us. You need to protect Ray now.
Dude's gonna use some time to himself. I think we both know that he's need the moment to process this, but does it mean that you don't need any help? Or kind of glance over Juniper. She doesn't need any help.
Can you go get some more rags, Fun? Then she'll hold out the bowl and some fresh water. They're fucking filthy.
I'll just nod as I get up to get some fresh water and some new rags.
As Forged starts to help Delphine, I notice that Ray is still just standing there, also looking a bit shell-shocked with all of this. And I look back to Stakes and all of her injuries, and knowing that they're not healing correctly, I pet her head very softly and grimace a little bit. Stakes, you're not healing how you should be. You know this. We know this. And those gashes look really awful. We're gonna have to stitch them up. Do you trust me to do that?
Stakes lets out another soft whine, but she lets her tongue loll out of her mouth and lick against your hand. Her tongue is dry, almost like sandpaper, as it scrapes across your hand, but there's just enough moisture to not make it super uncomfortable. But you can tell that she is dried out pretty thoroughly.
I look back fully at Ray. Could you get a bowl of water and some rags for me, Ray? And Eliza, do we have any needle and thread? I'm gonna try and stitch her up as best as I can.
Eliza nods and goes over to one of the cabinets, pulling out a first aid kit as well as the necessary components for giving stitches. She then pulls out a jar of this greenish brown paste. She brings all of the implements down, setting the jar out first and screwing off the top. It's got a very strong, earthy odor to it as she unscrews the jar. This is a mixture of herbs that'll act as a numbing paste. Should help to ensure that they don't experience much pain during the stitching process.
Water might not address. She'll look at between Eliza and Charles. They might need IVs. If they're as dehydrated as they look, just drinking water might not be enough. They might need IVs with shit in it.
Well, we're working in a limited capacity here. It's not exactly a situation where we can take them to the hospital, at least not at this moment.
Forged and I have been checking out the local pet places and vet clinics. We might not be able to do anything tonight, but I can possibly look into finding my way into one and grabbing what we need. This isn't my first time patching up an animal, but
There's a clinic that I know of, and I have a contact there. She should be able to supply you what you need, but it likely won't be until the morning.
that option is probably better than breaking into one.
Perhaps.
At this point, the entire time I've been in the RV, I've just been staring at Sean and Stakes. Because I was not expecting at all to see anyone come back in a state like this. The mission was supposed to go good, and now Stakes, someone I care and trust so much, is in absolute agony in front of me. Sean, who I grew to respect, is now lying there without an arm, and Red, my mentor for months, who I listened to, and last time we spoke left on a very sour note, is now dead. And so staring at them and having memories come back of my service as well, of seeing people like this in multiple situations, remembering myself and Jordan laying in a hospital bed with injuries that were horrendous. It's too much. And when Juniper tells me to get the water, I don't even register the voice. At this point, my fists are clenched so hard that I'm almost drawing blood from the nails digging into my palm. And I'm going to just turn around and walk out of the RV.
Is Charles in the RV with us?
Yes.
As Ray walks out, I look up to Charles and plead with him with my eyes to go after Ray, because Charles is probably the only person that's going to be able to sympathize with Ray on the level that he needs right now. None of us have the same history as he does.
Charles gives an acknowledging nod and proceeds to follow Ray out of the RV. Ray, where are you headed?
I am heading to the closest tree, the other RV, anything I can just punch.
Okay.
And at this point, I'm so angry that I am just going to go into. I'm going to just go into Galabro form and just punch the living shit out of something.
Well, the closest thing nearby is the other RV. So go ahead and roll me a strength and brawl.
So I passed the rage check to turn into Galabro. What rage am I at right now?
You're definitely at a 3.
Three successes.
As you drive your fist into the siding of the RV, A sudden commotion moves within the RV as you hear a screech from inside that suddenly leads to squeaking, and you hear something butting around the inside of the RV. Charles comes up behind you, enjoying the display for a moment before speaking up. Raymond.
What?
I know what you're feeling.
And how is that going to help?
It helps to know that you're not alone, that there's someone else that understands.
I'll shake my head. Understanding isn't going to fix anything. Understanding isn't going to help those that are lying there right now. Understanding isn't going to bring Red back. Understanding doesn't mean jack shit right now.
This is our war. This is what happens. They went to that mine knowing the risks. They went in knowing what they were getting into and what the odds were. Every day we live as a guru, we face death. Whether it's from the worm, whether it's from humans. This is what we do. You of all people know what it is to lose someone. Don't dishonor them by doing something stupid.
I understand that this is what we signed up for. You've been drilling it into our heads the entire time we've been down here. Every moment could be our last. Every time we go out to do something, we could die. That doesn't change how angry I am right now. I understand that, but that doesn't change the fact that someone I care about is fucking dead.
No, it doesn't. But what can change is how you use this anger. What you do with these feelings. Sure, you can take them out on our property. You can take them out on the Caern. You can take them out on your pack members. You can take it out on yourself. What good does that do?
I know that this isn't productive. But can you give me a little bit of fucking leeway right now? Just a tiny bit.
No. You are the pack leader. You set an example for the others, and your example is shit. Get it together.
So when everyone else lashes out, everyone else causes a scene, everyone else has an outburst of anger, it's just don't do it again. You're good, but I have to at all points in time hold it in. I've been doing that this entire time. I've been trying to lead by example in some way, shape, or form, and trying to do my best. I do it once, and I'm setting a bad example. I can't vent in some way. I can't show my anger. I have to just be calm the entire time. I try. But give me just one fucking moment.
Very well. If that's what you need, take it. But if you're going to hit something that can hit back.
At this point, I am angry at the situation, but now angry at Charles. So I'm going to take that invitation and I'm just going to lunge at him and throw an uppercut straight to his
Okay.
chin.
Give me a strength and brawl.
Uh, 7 with a crit.
You make contact, striking him with an uppercut, sending his jaw going upwards, but his body doesn't move. He looks back at you, lowering his face. Is that all?
I will just yell, just not words, but just let out a yell, and I will just flurry punch. Like, I will just punch him.
Go ahead. Another strength and brawl.
Five successes.
This time, as you go to strike, Charles just catches your hand and then tosses it away. I thought you were angry, Raymond.
At this point, just not even listening to him, I'm going to try to throw one more punch.
Okay.
I think my emotions are getting to the best of me. That was only 2 successes.
As you go to strike, Charles, having not changed form at all this entire time, he catches you by the wrist, turning it back behind you and spinning you around. We will get revenge. I promise you that. You weren't the only one hurt by this. Jace lost his entire pack. You're allowed to be angry. I would never take that away from you. It's all about timing. I understand that you are overcome and overwhelmed right now. But appearances matter. What you show to your pack, what you show to your sept, matters. I will happily be your punching bag when you're frustrated. But right now, your den mother, your former theurge, and your pack need you. And when that's settled, find me and we'll do this again. As many times as you want.
Having my arm constricted and having no way to get out, and after about 5 or 6 seconds of trying, all that fight that was there kind of falls away, and I will just kind of go limp a little bit in his grasp and just kind of still standing, but just all that fight, all that muscle tension is just gone. Fine. You're right.
I'm not asking you not to feel. You should feel. It fuels this fight. It fuels you. But when and where matters. Because if you let that rage control you, it's going to be a very short fight for you. And I know you have a lot to fight for.
I'll just nod at that last comment. And then I will revert back to Hamid and just see if he'll let me go.
He does. Your pack is working together for once. Over a united cause. You should be there with them.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me just one more minute.
Take a moment. But please stop destroying my property. And he gives you like a small smirk at the corner of his lips before he gives you a pat on the shoulder and turns and walks back towards the RV.
Watching Charles walk away, going back to the RV where everyone is, I'll just stare for a few seconds and turn away, walking a good 10, 15 paces away just to get a little bit more distance. And then I'll just kind of stare out into the forest and just silently a few tears will just roll down as I just stare for a bit.
Back in the RV, even though you're focused on tending to the two wounded individuals, it's not hard to hear the commotion that happens outside. But it's very, very temporary. And Charles again appears in the doorway after a few moments. Juniper, go ahead and give me a dexterity and medicine as you attempt to start stitching up what gashes are still open on stakes.
Three successes.
You do an adequate job. It's slow going, but if you smooth the paste on first, you find that Stakes barely reacts. Maybe you see her skin or her muscles twitch a little bit as the needle goes in, but she primarily just lays there, her one eye focused on you the entire time. An occasional soft whine or maybe even a little bit of a growl coming out from time to time, but nothing obtrusive, nothing aggressive, just natural responses. Those tending to Sean, he remains conscious, but he just lets his eyes stay closed as you are continuing to clean him. Eliza keeps a close eye on everyone as they're doing their work, but she doesn't intrude. She allows you this moment to be the primary caretakers. After all is said and done, The wounds cleaned as best as possible, the blood cleaned off of their bodies. Stakes sits up, slowly, gingerly. You can see that around her ribs, there's a couple of bulges of bruising, possibly something else beneath. She then presses the good side of her head against Juniper in gratitude for the work that's done. And she moves towards the door to the RV, limping a little bit as she goes, but midway through, shifts into her Hamid form out of her lupus form. She then stops at the doorway to look out, looking for Raymond.
Without really even looking at stakes and focusing on cleaning up, I already know where she's going to go. And I say, he's out there with Charles.
She looks back and nods, and as she looks back, what looked bad in lupus form looks worse in Hamid form, as it looks like a melted candle on the side of her face around her eye. You can still see the dark pit of what would be a socket, but most of it is just burned scar tissue at this point and blistered flesh.
I make sure not to look at her with pity, but I look at her with pride. Because that's my fucking mom. And she's a badass.
She steps out of the RV and starts to walk across the space, the clearing, finding Ray, almost as a dead line to him, the occasional sounds of sniffing coming from her nose.
Do I hear her approaching?
Yeah, she is not in a good place to be stealthy right now.
I will tense up, hearing someone approach, and then turning around, seeing stakes. I will fully turn around and kind of walk towards her in a very concerned, like, why are you up? You should be laying down.
He wasn't mad at you. He was mad at himself.
I will stop my approach like I just got hit in the face by like a brick wall. How did he die?
I didn't see it, but I saw his body. We were escaping. He'd been flayed. His fur and skin ripped from his body. They burned him, Raymond, along with many of the others.
Who did this? They already said that this is dancers. It's the spiral, but who did this? Do you know?
No. But I will tell you one thing. Among the living, I saw Rick.
When she says that, I want to get a sense, is she implying?
Oh, she's being very
Something from that?
direct. Yes.
Okay. What do you mean? Rick, was he injured? Was he
He was
part of the
with
one
them.
that got away?
He betrayed us, Raymond.
Hmm. I'll just look away, like I'm trying to find words, but I was calm for a bit, but now that anger has kind of come back a little bit. Where did he go?
I don't know. But you're not going to find him. You're not going to do anything stupid. Because I can't afford for you to die too. I lost my second family. You are all I have left.
Take a deep breath and exhale, calm myself down a little bit. I don't plan on doing anything stupid right now.
But later,
I was told to direct my anger at the correct person or thing. And you just told me the person I need to direct that anger towards.
whatever they're doing, it's big. When they attacked in force. And I have a feeling they're not going to stop there.
Well, this time, we'll stop them.
We need to help the Sept first. But I promise you, when it's done, we hunt.
That's all I'll ask. But you should go back to the RV. And then I will kind of finish walking towards her, and I will kind of help her back to the RV.
She puts a hand up on your shoulder, reaching up from her small frame to put one of her hands up there. And she does lean a little heavier against you as you walk. When you finally reach the RV, she stops just outside. Don't fault yourself for the errors and judgment of others.
At this moment, though, the biggest fault I can think of is letting you make me promise you to stay there. That's the biggest fault I can think of.
If you had gone, we all would have died. Because I would not have left you.
It's not even the fact that we didn't go with you. It's the fact that we left you there. That promise I made you, I know that you needed to do it. But I'm going to regret that promise for the rest of my life.
Don't. It's what I wanted. And if I had to lose my family, I was going to be there to do it. I regret nothing, and nor should you.
I'll look down and then back up at Stakes. I understand. I won't. But I'm lying. Obviously lying.
She continues to stare at you, the one eye locked upon you. Maybe someday. Then she steps into the RV.
I'll follow after.
The rest of the evening is spent tending to Stakes and Sean. My guess is you all stay the day there, refusing to leave, refusing to go back. The pack took a mighty blow. The question is, will this cause them to revert to their old habits? Or will this teach them new ones? And with that, we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. As we return, we find ourselves at an out-of-the-way sports bar in Thanatasasa, pretty close to the cairn. It's been a couple of days since the reunion with Stakes and Sean, and while you've spent a majority of your time at the cairn, it's been stressful. So Raymond, still reeling from the knowledge that his mentor Red is dead, still reeling from the sight of Stakes and the injuries she took, he decides he needs a drink, and he invites Forge to go with him. So this is where we find the two of them at a booth at the sports bar, out of the way, though there is pretty much no crowd there this particular evening. It's quiet. You can hear the sounds of the TVs playing repeats of sports games from the weekend. There's a couple of patrons, but they're at the far other side of the bar, out of earshot, talking amongst themselves and keeping the bartender occupied. And this is where we start our scene. The two of you are already a couple of drinks in, probably planning for several more. The scene is yours.
Forge is, like, I imagine Forge is the one that went in the booth sitting there with a Modelo in hand. He's currently got his muscle tee on right now. He's visibly tired, probably a little dirty still from being at the cairn so often and helping take care, as he does look a little bit exhausted, as he'll just say, Ray, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of didn't expect this from you. I didn't think you did shit like this for fun.
Ray is looking a lot more disheveled than usual. Completely dirty, like green t-shirt, jeans, probably the same ones he wore when they first got to the cairn that night. Not wearing my hat, hair completely disheveled. Probably have like a rum and coke, not even a beer, just like something hard to drink. Look up at Forged. Yeah, well, with what happened the past couple of days, kind of just needed something. And it's not like I don't go out to bars ever so often, but just felt like this was a good time to go.
Fair enough, I suppose. It's not gonna lie, it's been kind of shit the last few days. At least it's getting cooler now. Otherwise, if I was burning hot on the cairn all day, I'd be losing my fucking mind. But yeah, I guess that's at least a little bit of a silver lining.
I guess that's one good thing that's happened the past couple of days. I'll exhale and take my drink, probably like half full at this point, and just down the rest of it and try to wave over the waitress, the waiter, and try to get another one.
The waitress, a woman in her late 30s, comes over already having refills on the tray and sets them down in front of both of you before sidling her way back to the bar.
Damn, you're gonna make it hard for me to keep up with you, Ray.
You can keep up if you want, but at this point, I don't know if you can really keep up with what I'm trying to do.
You'll kind of acknowledge that. It's like a little bit of an awkward face, like, ooh, kind of looks around for a moment for So you want to talk about that shit at all, man? If not, that's all right, dude. But I'm just kind of seeing it, bringing everything down right now. So I figured I'd give you the opportunity.
I'll stare at my drink for a good 3 or 4 seconds and then look up at Forged. I mean, what's there to really talk about? Someone that I respected, someone that taught me for the first, 8 months of all of this. The last time I spoke to him, I basically told him that I was done with him until he was truthful to me, until he started telling me things. Had an argument, and that's the last thing that I'll ever say to him, is that I didn't trust him, is that everything he put forward in teaching me, I just threw it away.
That's pretty fucking rough, man. I can agree with that. Not to say I haven't had my fair share of moments like that, though. Not really people I'm super close with. Yeah, it's as rough. It kind of you actually look sympathetic, for which is not a very common look that Forge has. He'll kind of lean forward and just looking at Ray. Did you talk about anything else before you left? At least any good memories before while you were up there?
He told me he was proud of me. He told me that my time down here allowed me to grow, and that I became what he saw in me. That I was able to do what he expected of me. And that was a good feeling. To know that I did him proud. So there's that. And I know that if anything, that's something I can kind of hold on to.
Yeah, won't lie. I'm at least calling me a little impressed by sticking around with us and still trying to stay in charge of it all with all, the whole band of fuck ups we got here. But you've been doing it this long. You've been not doing a bad job. So, that's something to be impressed by.
I'll kind of let out a dry chuckle at that. We were all pretty bad when we first came down here, but in all honesty, you're all not bad. You're not as big of screw ups as you say, or what other people say. I'm not either. It's just we had a lot of stuff to deal with, still dealing with it. But you take it one step at a time, and eventually you'll find your way out.
I guess sort of true. I mean, Juniper is not so pissed off and depressed all the time, and you know, I actually somewhat trust Delphine now instead of expecting her to always be doing some shady shit behind her back. So, and got the whole new title now. So hey, I guess at least a little bit improvement is possible.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Everyone's made really good steps so far in improving themselves. And don't sell yourself short. I mean, I think out of everyone, like with the name change, but you probably made some of the most progress out of all of us. Because, I mean, you don't break the litany every other day now.
This is where Forge gives another dry and almost like cynical chuckle back. Yeah, that's. I guess so. It's just feels doesn't feel that way all the time, and especially when the dude that would have loved to see that, you know, my bro back up Michigan that would have loved to see me get better, and with talking about how I had all this potential, how I could have been this awesome dude if I just put a little bit of effort in. He won't ever be able to see it, so kind of just makes you feel a little pointless,
I understand what you're saying. Right now, I agree, it feels very pointless, but Charles talked me through what I was dealing with, and he's not wrong. Anger will subside. That pain can be channeled into other things. It's not the first time I've lost someone close to me like this. But it's the first time that I haven't had control over the situation to try and do what I could to help, to do what I could to make it better. I don't know if that's the same situation that you're dealing with, but I'm sure that pain will lessen eventually. And like you asked me, the good memories will be there. So just remember the good memories of you and him.
Yeah, we did have a pretty good smoke circle with me and my bud and Damien. We had a nice time before we all came down here. Just kind of it sounds kind of stupid, but I'm always used to being the one that cuts off shit or being the asshole no one can make connection with. So it just feels fucking shitty that one of the few people that I wanted to was my buddy, always stuck around no matter the shit I put him through. That yeah, and just kind of you see he or sits back in his booth and takes a long swig of his Modelo.
I'll take a drink of my drink too and put it down on the table. What was he like?
Dude he's determined. I'll say that. He was always keeping on top of shit. Always telling me, Brad, you need to you just need to apply yourself a little bit more. Like, man, hey, look, we can we can focus on these chicks later. We can do these later, but you got to go to practice. Coach said you need to do this. And I mean, I wouldn't say he's the smartest, but he did good at school because he always did the shit he needed to do. And I mean, people liked him. Don't know why I ever, bothered with me, but maybe it's because we're on the same wrestling team. I don't know, but he's a pretty cool dude. Kind of. I don't know if there was he was it's embarrassing, but like he was kind of like the dude I looked up to a little bit,
It's not embarrassing. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, my best friend, our relationship was a little similar, but the roles were kind of opposite. I was the one that was kind of driving him to do better and stay on task, and he was a little bit more of a free spirit. So I completely get what those feelings are.
Why don't you tell me about your bud then, when you're talking about the free spirited one?
I'll look down at my glass again for a little bit longer than before, just kind of thinking of what to say in the situation. And without looking up, my buddy Jordan, we first met when I was in kindergarten. We sat next to each other in class, and it was one of those, kid friendships that just immediately sparks into being best friends. And he, even back then, was all over the place, even for a kid. Always doing something crazy to just get attention, play up for laughs. And as we grew up, as we grew older, that friendship lasted. We went to junior high together, high school together. We were on the same sports teams, played baseball together, and then we enlisted together. So I've always had him by my side. And it's weird not having him here all the time. Not being able to talk to him in a meaningful way. He's more like a brother to me, and it hurts that I can't have that connection like we used to.
At the mention of like a brother to me, you see Forge is very visibly like almost cringes, like it's just like almost like a wince of pain hearing that, as he just understands a little, that kind of hits very close to home to him, as he thinks of his own brother, as he would say. I understand that a lot, man. I still think about I lost my little bro a while ago, and I still think about sometimes how much I wish I could just like talk with him, and see what kind of man he would have developed to be. It's rough.
I'm sure that your brother would be, and I'm not saying this to be mean or, I don't know, talk down on him, but I feel like he would be a spitting image of you in all the good ways. You know,
No, little dude was much better than I was. He was actually a lot into smarts, a lot into books in school. He was doing great. He had a pretty bright future ahead of him. He wasn't afraid of talking about all the shit he liked. He would always tell me about the comic books and about Batman and all these other characters. And it, I would always laugh at him about it. But if anyone else tried to fuck with him, I couldn't let that slide. But he, you're different, and that's for the best. Not a lot of good going for me, except being a jacked as shit, I guess.
see, but that's what being a brother is. You know, you're allowed to make fun of them, you're allowed to pick on them. But if anyone else does it, it's the end for them. And I'm sure you didn't mean anything mean by it. That's just kind of how brothers show their love.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it did piss me off a little bit that I could get, he was able to love all this nerd shit so openly. It was, I don't know. I mean, comic books are pretty cool myself, but I always never got into them because everyone else said it was like some nerd stuff. So, but he always seemed to love them so much and seemed kind of cool, but couldn't let myself be seen like that as a nerd. Kind of funny talking about that now, considering everything else and the whole being Phaedral world and all this bullshit. Talking about being seen as a nerd.
I mean, at this point, you have nothing to lose, right? You can be a nerd if you want to. Hey, I mean, maybe pick up a comic book and read through it so that way you still have that connection with him.
You'll see there's looks like a glimmer of hope in his eyes and a feeling. And in Ford's head, he thinks that maybe he could, but there's that voice in the back of his head, that little small voice that tells him no, you can't. It's too late for that, and you've lost your opportunity, you lost your chance. As he'll kind of shake his head and take another drink before setting it down and saying, if you don't, I mean, if it doesn't bother you too much to talk about it, what happened? Want to talk about your best friends? What kind of how he was and shit y'all got up to? I mean, what if it doesn't hurt too much to talk about? I mean, what happened to him?
I mean, I've mentioned what happened to him before, haven't I?
I mean, you mentioned, but I don't know if you want to talk about it more now. I mean, I mentioned a couple of things to you guys. Doesn't mean I explained jack shit about it. I mean, that's just how it is.
Fair. It's not like it's going to be the first time I talk about what happened. So, overseas, while me and him were on a mission, we got ambushed. And over the course of, well, it felt like hours, but probably was like 15 minutes. It ended up being just me and Jordan left. Everyone else was dead. And in that final minute or so, I lost sight of him. And when I found him, he was mangled and dying. I tried to help, but I ended up running. And I don't really remember much after that. All I remember is waking up in a evac, hooked up with whatever could keep us alive at the time, and got extracted.
So was your friend there?
Yep, they were able to find him. And we got taken to a hospital in Germany. And that's where I started to see him fall, see the wounds fester, and him slowly degrade into something that wasn't him anymore.
Is that where you passed?
I'll just stare at my cup for a few seconds and just take a big drink from it and just not answer the question.
He'll kind of nod to that as he'll say, I get it. Before I lost my best friend, he was turned into one of those weird fungus zombie hybrid things. And I tried to save him. I tried to, knock him out, see if we could take him back and find out anything we could do, but they put a bomb inside of him, so I could even take him back if I wanted to. So I understand that pain, man. That I wish I could have done something more.
You tried. You tried at least. I mean, I'm sure he knows you tried. So, all else, at least he'll know that. And at least you know that.
Because of the little consolation prize, I guess. I mean, I do hope that he didn't actually know. I hope that he was at least gone from all that, so he didn't have any of that, felt any of that, or at least didn't have to process any of that stuff before he died.
That's fair. But if there was a piece of him still there, and if he wasn't in pain, and he was aware that you were there, it hopefully didn't hurt him to know that you were there and you tried. So, but I think I think I'm good with talking about all this for right now. And then after a few seconds, I will hold up my drink in like a cheer kind of style and say, to best friends and to those we've lost.
Forge gives a little smile as he'll grab his drink and sit up towards to clink the glass in a cheer. He'll say, "That's something I think they both would have agreed upon for us getting shit faced tonight."
You know what? I couldn't agree more.
As the two of you enjoy your drinks and let the time pass, possibly in silence, possibly with small talk or talk about whatever's on the TVs in the bar, what's going through your mind after this conversation with one another? Forge, we'll start with you.
Forge feels interesting right now. He kind of was keeping himself mentally that he would try and distance himself a little bit from the pack again, thinking how that experience with Duncan hurt him, how losing someone he cared about so much, and now with everything else going on, also with Leah and his kid, it just feels like whenever he tries to get close with someone, this connections just hurt him. But seemingly now, kind of going against his own wishes, he feels kind of nervous about this and a little on edge, but it does feel nice to have someone who understands your pain and someone you can just sit down and just kind of suffer together. Just accept the fact that things suck and just shoot the shit. So he feels a little at ease now, a little relieved. Though it's still that voice in the back of his head telling him how this is just going to lead to pain and that this was a bad idea.
And Raymond.
I came out here and invited Forged, not really thinking about talking or really getting into anything. I just thought we were going to drink and maybe sit in silence for the entire night. But turns out, opening up and talking about everything that's kind of happened was super helpful. And it's a good to know and a little surprising that being Forged have a few similarities that I didn't know about. So I think overall I'm really glad that I invited him out to drink.
Relief can come from the strangest of places, whether it's the empathy of a rather unempathetic individual, or whether it's just a few good drinks back to back to back. With that, we transition to our next scene. It's been a long few days tending to Sean and Stakes. Delphine, you've used the gifts given to you by Gaia to the best of your ability to try and speed up the healing process. And while you've had some successes, it's still slow going. And it's going to be a while until they're really up and moving around. But this kind of care also comes with very little sleep, very few moments to rest. And so Eliza insists that you take a break, go for a walk, get some fresh air, get out of the RV. And so you do. You venture out into the bawn of the cairn, the woods that have been your home for the past several weeks. It's night, although you wouldn't have known it at first because you've spent so much time indoors. The passage of time has been hard to track, to say the very least. But as you move out amongst the trees, you find yourself letting your thoughts drift. All this talk of death, all this talk of loss can't help but bring you back to the memory of your parents' loss, of the fact that their spirits still roam menacingly, having not passed on. And so with that, what would you like to do?
I would like to take a seat beneath a tree that has like a lot of branches that looks like it in the past it could have held some nests. And I would like to try to contact my patron.
So as you take a deep breath and open up your senses, pushing this call out, what do you say to bring your patron forward?
I need help. I need understanding. I need knowledge. I need you to help me.
It's quiet, and several long moments pass before you hear the flapping of wings and the sighing creak of a branch up above, gaining some weight as something lands upon it. When you look up, you see a large gray feathered owl staring curiously down at you, its large yellow eyes focused and sharp. As it stares, it looks around you as if looking for something specific before tilting its head to the side.
I will stand up and I'll actually offer out my arm as a perch if it'll accept it.
Give me a charisma or manipulation in animal ken.
Would I get a penalty because of the meth?
Yeah, probably a 1 dice penalty.
Okay. That is 0 successes.
As you offer up your arm, the bird just continues to stare at you, not moving.
She'll just sigh heavily a little bit and slump her shoulders. Then she'll just look around her. What am I off-putting you in some capacity?
At this point, an echoing voice enters into your mind. No offering?
She sighs. I didn't think of an offering. I've been consumed by healing elders. I didn't even think I was going to call out to you till just a few minutes ago.
Owl tilts its head again, and you hear the voice say, "Give me something. Something deadly."
She narrows her eyes a little bit at Owl. And she'll reach into an inner pocket of her sweater that she has specifically sewed in, not an outer pocket, but like something that she can hide close to her chest. And she'll just hold up some of the stuff that she gets from Spud. Get told it's killing me often enough. Is this deadly enough for you?
The owl flaps its wings as it hops off of the branch and soars down, its talons snatching the crystal rocks out of your hand. That'll do. What is it you're looking for, my child?
I need understanding. I know that we have a special connection with death, and the wraiths of my parents are plaguing my packmate. I've been given some guidance by a ghost council, a ghost council elder. I've been given advice from an elder theurge, but I haven't gotten advice from a patron that respects death very, very much.
I'm listening.
The methods that have been given to me as options are either unthinkable to me or are going to take a very long time. I cannot condemn my the souls of my parents to nothingness, but I also cannot deal with the risk of them intervening with our pack. They've already been shown to be extremely malicious. And just banishing them, I don't think that's going to be enough of a fix for right now. And I wanted to just know if you knew of other ways.
Did you perform the rite for them with their passing?
I didn't even have bodies to look at.
Who says you need bodies?
She pauses and starts fidgeting a little bit. I didn't perform a rite.
That is what we do. Whether near or far, the dead are still the dead and worthy of respect.
I know I don't. That's why I don't want to do the quick solution of like damning them. I don't want to eviscerate their souls. But I see the dead. I can walk in the Shadowlands. I have to have this ability for a reason. Can I not help them with what I can do?
Can't help those that don't want to be helped. We do what we can. But death is permanence. And the dead have all the time in the world. Why do you care so much?
She thinks about it for a moment. I can't I don't think I can anything that my packmate could do can ever right what she's done. But I can at least try to fix it. I can't bring them back to life. No one can, but I can try to have them off, have them move on.
You didn't answer the question. Why do you care so much?
Having a strained relationship with your parents is complicated. You're angry with them, but you also want them to care for you as much as you want them to care for you.
Did they?
I don't know.
Reality is perception. Whether they did or didn't depends on if you felt it. Did you feel cared for?
I felt taken care of. Money can do that.
And how is money made?
Through work.
Do you care or do you feel responsible?
She flinches a little bit, her eyes getting a little watery. If I had just stayed, I might have prevented all this. Juniper would have never found out who they were if I hadn't been in hell. If I had just gone to rehab like they asked.
She already knew who they were.
But she wouldn't have known how to find them.
Are you so sure about that?
I don't know.
When the owl hunts, it finds its prey whether it sees it or not. And it won't stop until it feeds. This is the way of a predator.
She's not an owl, she's a gorgon.
Is she not a predator?
I'd say she is the biggest predator right now.
So why would she need you to find them?
If I wasn't there, that Pentex woodman would have never brought it up. The question would have never gotten asked. The lie would have never been told. The fire would have never happened.
Wrong. The fire was coming, one way or another. Some questions were answered by those events, it's true. But the rage, the anger, the hatred, the thirst for vengeance was unstoppable.
They want me to kill her and myself. And I thought about it. I did. I thought about just doing it on purpose this time, just taking her to the Shadowlands and just not stepping back out.
That's not what we do. We fly when necessary.
It feels like all you're telling me is that you can't help me.
Who said that?
I just want them to leave. I want them to move on. I want this chapter to be closed.
For them or for you?
Both.
What about for her?
She already killed them. She got her blood payment.
Do you believe her vengeance is satiated?
They said that there were others, and I believe them. I believe her capable of burning down all of Pentex if she put her mind to it, and I do think she has put her mind to it. But not everyone that works for a corporation is a bad person. There are innocent people that work for bad people. There's no such one of our elders has even said there's no such thing as ethical capitalism. she going to burn down all of those people too? Is she going to ruin those families too?
Maybe. Because no amount of payment will bring back what was lost. You know what needs to be done. For her and for you. For you are sisters in loss.
She's not my sister.
No?
She's my pack mate. I can be civil. I can be professional. But I can't forgive her. Just like she will never forgive them.
Why not?
Because it's a sickness. It spreads. It got spread to her, and then she spread it to me.
She carries the weight of what she's lost. You carry the weight of what you've lost. Neither of you has said goodbye.
I can't say goodbye if they never have left, if they never left.
What if that's what they're waiting for?
So what, your solution is to talk to them again? Because the last time we tried doing that, they tried fucking with us real
Is
hard.
that how we say goodbye?
No.
Think with your heart, not with your pain. The rite was never performed for them, as it was never performed for her. The weight of the dead lingers.
Will that fix this?
You think it will?
She just shrugs and swipes at her eye.
Then you are not ready. But when you are, maybe then.
She stares up at Owl. wasn't ready for any of this.
No one is. All of you carry a great weight. The weight of the dead. The weight of that responsibility. The weight of guilt. None of you have properly mourned. None of you have said goodbye. You will never be free if you let the shackles hold you to the grave.
She just lowers her head, unsure of what to say after that.
Do what you have to do to be ready. And perhaps you can help others. But distractions and forgetting, that won't help.
Now she feels a bubble of annoyance just in her chest, and she glares up at Owl. So I'm getting a lecture from you now, too.
Who says it's a lecture?
That's what they feel like.
I'm not telling you anything you don't already know.
It's starting to become a broken record at this point.
Then finish the song. Or let it continue. The choice is up to you. There are more than one ways to be distracted. More than one way to forget. You assumed I was talking about that.
Then what were you talking about, if not that?
What do you think I was talking about?
You're doing it again. But then again, that's what you spirits do. You're never direct.
I have told you more than once what you need to know. Because you don't want to believe it does not mean you haven't been told.
And I guess you're right that I'm not ready.
The dead will wait. They have nothing but time. But can you?
I don't know. Just lost.
Knowledge is power, Delphine Ruin Speaker. The more you say, I don't know, the weaker you are. Find the answer. Be certain. Be confident. Or suffer.
She'll take a step back. Think on it.
Do. You are not alone. And you are not lost. You're just moving with your eyes closed. Flying without sight.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying. It's hard. It's a lot. Can't focus on one thing. I can't focus. I'm just angry and sad.
In death, more than one have to move on. Not just the dead. This is why we do the right. Not just for the dead, but for the living as well.
You know, they say that a person will die 3 times. Once when they actually die, again when the last person who knew them dies, and then the last time someone ever says their name. they're lingering, so they're making it hard to get to that point. I'm hearing what you're saying. It's just difficult.
You are the living one. You can change. They cannot.
Speaking with you, honestly, has left me feeling more emotional than I already was.
Why?
You ask more questions than everyone else.
And
And make me have to speak things that sometimes I'm not even ready to speak out loud.
why? Why aren't you ready?
Because I'm grieving the opportunity that I was denied.
You
I
are
was-
denying the opportunity you are grieving.
You. I just. I just wish I could have had a different path. I wish I could have had an opportunity to at least confront them while they were still alive. I wish that maybe instead of it leading in having resulted in this, I could have maybe helped the situation before it got to this point, so that no more people had to die. I wish things could have been different is all.
Yes, you do. So what?
You're a lot harsher than that spirit that the other pack has.
The truth is harsh. We deal with death. There's nothing more harsh than that. And the only reason it feels harsh is because you're not ready. And that's okay. You can't force it. But you have to confront it. And when you are ready, you know what to do. Until then, accept the state of things and the consequences that come with it. Wishing does no good. Wanting, hoping, regretting will not change the way things are now. Grieving, yes, but is that what you're doing? Or are you regretting?
I'm regretting. I'm wishing. I'm all of it. I'm a mess right now, and I am trying to sort it out. I'm trying to get advice where I can, but I still have to sort out everything I've heard, including what you've told me now.
You have time.
Yeah, because they've got nothing but it.
Yes. You are not alone. You can do this.
I'm trying. But I know you want me to just do it.
Can't do without trying. Trying is the road to doing. How long that road is up to you.
She'll nod and look back over her shoulder towards the cairn. I've been gone a while. I need to get back.
Yes. I am with you.
No. Next time I'll make sure to bring a mouse or something.
Good.
And she will bow her head respectfully to Owl and then start trudging back to the cairn, both relieved but also dreading how much work still needs to be done over there and just in general.
Comfort can come from the strangest of places. Doesn't mean it's always easy. Doesn't mean it always feels good. But eventually, you come to respect and understand it. You come to embrace it, and you come to see it for what it truly is. But only when you're ready. We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene begins about 5 days after Stakes and Sean arrived through the Moon Bridge. They are on the road to recovery. Stakes has regained a great deal of her strength, and the dehydration is fading, as they have been supplied some IV bags from the clinic. They still aren't 100%, but they're on their way due to the combined efforts of Eliza and Delphine and Juniper. So, seeing Stakes and Sean resting, the two sisters decide to go for a walk, trying to fulfill an obligation, some homework they were given by the gatekeeper. Find a stone that represents you and bring it to the hearth. And so their search begins along the Hillsborough River, near the place that Juniper has often found herself doing her best thinking, her best talking, her best reflecting. The scene is yours.
Jester, who's right now dressed in basically a bikini top and a pair of like gym shorts, is walking along the shore of the river, just looking at the riverbed, occasionally reaching in and pulling out an occasional rock or fossilized object.
Juniper is walking on the other side of the river, also looking into the shore, looking for any rocks of rarity and fossils herself. She's just wearing one of her basic tees and a pair of shorts today.
Why don't you both give me a wits and investigation as you look along the shoreline?
What's our rage at?
I would say you've both settled to a comfortable 1 at this point, knowing that things are stable, knowing that the moon bridge is safely closed, that Stakes and Sean are recovering. Everything is calm, at least for the time being.
I got 1 success.
That's so funny because I also got 1 success.
Finding little success perusing the riverbank, picking up different rocks and stones and maybe even some fossilized crystals. Nothing gets you feeling connected. Nothing truly represents you. In this moment, your minds drift and wander. You can't help but think about the last week. You can't help but wonder what could be coming. The threat on the horizon. 3 septs destroyed in a single event. What kind of power could do such a thing? And then you start thinking beyond to the events of the last month or so. Jester, you think to the arrival of Xander, the sudden change of Larry. You think to how everything is moving so much faster now. And Juniper, you think about all the things you still have to do. This rock is just one of many things on an ever-growing checklist of responsibilities. You have to find out what happened to Forge's friend. You have to get Stakes back on her feet. Thank goodness she's home. And then there's the ongoing investigation into what this infected leech is doing. Moments of peace like these are rare. Moments to bond are even more rare. But as you think about it, you think maybe this would be a good opportunity to get some information from your dear old sister.
I stand up from where I was crouched over, looking for any signs of anything and just not finding any rocks, any fossils of significance. And I look over at Jester across the way. Have you found anything? Do you want to take a break? Because I'm not finding anything at all here, to be honest.
At this point, I have tossed the last useless stone back in the river and just sitting at the edge, kind of just staring off, eyes like distant. I'll glance over. Yeah, I haven't found anything either. We can take a break.
Sounds good. I'll meet you over there. Just give me a second. And I'll find my way back to the other side and meet up with Jester.
Finding a place where the river is particularly shallow, you begin to cross over. Give me a dexterity and athletics.
That is a 4 with a crit.
As you're crossing the river, having very little difficulty, you end up stepping on a jagged stone. Now, before it can do any real painful damage, you end up recoiling, but then your eyes go to the location of the jagged stone. Beneath the water's surface, which is surprisingly clear on this particular day, you see a large chunk of rock.
I furrow my brows at it in a curiosity, and I reach down into the water and pull it out.
As you dip down into the water, you find that the rock is actually a lot more oval shaped than you thought, and some of the edges were just jagged. And as you start to remove the rock from the water, you see why. There's a long crack in one side of the rock, and that crack has exposed a almost crystalline fossil within, perfectly shaped as it's cut almost directly down the middle. With a little effort, you could easily pry it apart to see what it truly looks like inside, as you're only getting a good glimpse of it from here.
My eyebrows raise, and before I go to crack it open fully, I look up at Jester and yell out, well, I just found something pretty cool. Come take a look at it.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah, it was just unexpected. I stepped on it while I was crossing the river, and thankfully I didn't get hurt or anything, but I think this is actually a pretty lucky find. Here, and I'll hand it out to her.
I'll hop up and wade partially into the river so I can take it from her.
It's a pretty good solid sized stone, maybe a little bit bigger than a football. But as you take it, it's a pretty decent weight. It's got some heft to it. But you managed to take the stone, and both of you end up getting out of the river, moving to the side on the shore.
There's a nice long crack in it. You want to see if we can just pull it apart?
Hold on. I'll go up to the shore where I have like a little tool belt, and I'll pull a couple tools, like a small little hammer, and head back down.
Okay. So as you approach, you've got, some workers' tools that you carry with you. It's almost like a small set that you can strap to your belt or something like that as you move. But yeah, you have the tools.
Yeah, let's try to open it up. Hold out some tools. Might make it easier.
Yeah. Yeah, it would probably help a little bit. Make it nice and refined instead of just crazy crack. Here. I'll hold on to this and then you can hammer it, and I take like the little chisel and put it in between the crack.
Okay, so as you steady the chisel perfectly between the crack, Jester, go ahead and make a strength and athletics, but you can take an additional die from Juniper's assistance as she's holding the chisel in place.
I got 7 successes with a crit.
With one solid strike, you bring down the hammer dead center upon the chisel, and a loud crack emanates, echoing off of the surface of the river. As the rock breaks into 2 pieces, you find that the 2 pieces are almost identical to one another, with the shape of a hand-sized crystalline formation in the middle, obviously a fossil and a relic of some times gone by, but natural to this area.
As the inside of the rock in the fossil gets revealed, I just end up genuinely smiling at the beauty of it all and laugh softly as I show my half to Jester. I would have never expected something like this to be inside this rock.
I'll look over the 2 halves and smile. Perfect. This is actually kind of what I was looking for. I was looking for fossilized coral. So this is perfect. Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. Like, the reason I was looking for it, I'll flip over one of the halves just the like plain rock, porous, like gray rock outside. Looks kind of just average on the outside, but if you flip it over, inside there's many layers. I think it's like perfect for, well, me and my pack and sept. We're all a little considered strays, but we're kind of got many layers on the inside.
I nod my head. I like that. I like that a lot. I look down and study my half, and as I just gently rub part of it with my thumb, my smile turns more contemplative and warm. I think this will work very well for me too. Not only because it's the other half of yours and we're sisters, long lost sisters, but my pack is in the same boat. We're also strays, and the beautiful layers in here are. It's an inky darkness, and I think that every single one of us has that within us, and yet we've all come together and we're doing our best, and everybody's, as kind of cringy cliche as it sounds, everyone is beautiful in their own way, even if we carry that darkness within each of us. It's nice.
I mean, as much as most Gari don't want to admit it, we all have a bit of the worm in us, and the weaver, just as much as the wild.
My face kind of scrunches up with the worm part, but I do nod my head and agree. Yeah, the worm part is harder to accept than anything else, really, but we are supposed to be a balance of it all and make sure that that balance remains.
It's most hard for many, even older than you or me, to accept, honestly. I think it's part of the reason we're so fucked up as a people. But how are you getting along with the rest of your pack? Are you guys getting any better at bonding, or how's all that going?
For the first time, with being asked that, I don't grimace and I don't frown. I don't look away. I look at Jester and a small smile forms on my lips again. For the first time ever, we all worked together as a pack. And I was the one that said that we should do it. When Stakes and Sean came through the moon bridge, and we saw how fucking horrifically fucked up they were, we finally pulled our shit together. Things aren't perfect, but they're a hell of a lot better than they used to be.
It's good, honestly. A bit of a relief to hear. Low-key worried about you guys sometimes.
Yeah, I think that every single one of us is worried about the rest of each other all the time. I mean, I didn't ever think that we would end up pulling through and doing anything without having at least one argument.
Do you guys talk to each other?
I pause. Not quite yet. I think that the others have their moments with each other. Already tricked us. Well, not tricked, but got us all together and started a whole group therapy session. Which didn't devolve into total chaos. So it's the footwork is there. The foundation is there.
good that there's foundation, but the foundation will crumble if you guys don't have good communication. It's actually funny. I used to harp on Aspen so much about communication. When Charles first got here, he didn't really get along with anybody. I mean, he was like kind of an ass. And it got worse and worse between him and Aspen as things went on, especially when he really started questioning and criticizing her decisions until they weren't communicating at all. And that lack of communication ended up fucking us over on a mission we were doing. See, we were there to find this leech called Bloody Mary at this harbor she happened to have her boat at. We were there to scout the boat she called her home, I suppose, to see if we could raid it and kill her. At the same time, Matthias and Charles were meeting this other leech known as Bateman to buy the harbor. So the scouting mission that we had set up just totally got ruined. And there was a lot of belief going around that Matthias and Charles were working for leeches, and it just turned into a whole fucking mess.
My face scrunches up as Jester is telling me about the shit show that was that mission, and you sigh and look down. I'm worried about something on that level happening with us too.
Well, I didn't just tell the story for your entertainment. It was like to help you see that you could try to take steps to make sure that the communication happens before anything devolves to that point.
I mean, I figured you weren't just saying it to say it, you know, but
I don't know. People claim I talk a lot sometimes.
really?
Okay, Artie claims I talk a lot sometimes.
Artie, of all people, claims that you talk a lot sometimes.
That's because I talk shit all the time to him when we're playing Mario Kart.
Okay, well, from what I've learned about video game playing, especially when it comes to competing against other people, like that's just normal. Maybe he should, what is it, get good?
He's actually not bad.
I'll take your word for it. But yeah, definitely trying to get the communication to be a lot better than it has been. You definitely don't need something like that happening, and I don't want a repeat of the boat. Even though it wasn't super catastrophic, it was still, at the very least, annoying not being in the sync.
Yeah. Times like this, though, it's good for bringing people together. You guys now have a bit of a shared pain, a common enemy. sometimes when others aren't ready to take that step forward, you may have to put yourself in a vulnerable position and open up first.
I bite my lip and look down at my fossil part. Yeah. I have been vulnerable, and I've opened up in my own way. I just don't think that it's been enough for them. It just sucks when you have your own perception of what vulnerability is, and opening up to other people, and they have their own perception of what that is. And if they're at two different levels, then it's hard to meet in the middle somewhere. So then when you're like, I am being vulnerable and I am opening up, and they're like, no, you're not doing anything. And then you're just like, nope, this is really, like, trust me on this. This is me opening up right now and being incredibly vulnerable. They just don't believe you.
What's your perception on vulnerability?
Well, for what I'm thinking about specifically, it's having to talk about something that you did that had some not so great consequences for another member of the pack. And trying to be honest about how you feel about it, and still feeling bad about how it affected them.
Did you know they were Delphine's parents when you killed them?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell her about it then?
She lied to me about them. I had not known her for a long time. I was incredibly vengeful. And when I asked her if she knew who they were, after some weird blonde chick was asking about them at the bar and back in hell, I figured she didn't have the greatest relationship with them, or that she did it on purpose. So either she wouldn't care, or she had just slighted her own pack member for no fucking reason. After knowing what happened to my family. And knowing that it was probably Pentex. I did assume that she knew who her parents were and what they were doing. But honestly, all that I was thinking about at the time was getting revenge. So it wasn't even really about her. I didn't know that she was gonna get fucked up about it, like she has.
My brow will furrow as I stare off at the river for a while. Even shitty parents are still parents we long to have the approval and love of.
I understand now that it's a lot more complicated than what I originally logicked it out to be. But back then I was just hell-bent, no pun intended, on getting back at the organization that slaughtered my entire family and took my home and all the land.
Yeah. I get it. Vengeance tends to give you tunnel vision.
It definitely consumes you. Makes it hard to see anything else. And I feel bad. Not for what I did. I don't regret it. I would do it again if I had the chance. But I do regret how much it's fucked her up.
Let's play a game. It's an imagination game.
Okay.
Instead of you killing her parents when you were in hell, first in hell, what if you hadn't have known until later? And you knew Delphine and your pack better. Would you have told her then?
Yeah. Though I don't know if I... Sorry. I don't know if I... I don't know if I wouldn't kill them. Because if I'm going to be honest, I can still imagine myself going through with the plan.
Maybe. But Her knowing may have changed things. Perhaps
Maybe.
she would have helped you. Perhaps she would have helped you find a different way for your vengeance. Doesn't just have to be death. We are vengeance, but we're not revenge. Vengeance, like divine vengeance from mythology, is justice. Revenge is just returning pain and continuing it. You're just doing it to try to satisfy that ache in you.
Yeah. That's not really why I'm doing anything anymore.
Why are you doing things now?
Well, for one, I don't really have a choice. Sure, there's the illusion of choice. I don't have to be doing this work. I can just try and live a normal life despite being what we are. But everything will always catch up with you. And you'll always end up looping back into the life, no matter how old you get. It will find you. But that aside, I want to try and protect what's still here. Who's still here? It's not all gone yet, and anything I can do to try and stop it. It's worth fighting for.
She'll smile and glance over at you. I like that answer.
Thanks, I came up with it myself.
I mean, the right answer is the one you come up with yourself of why you're fighting. So I'd hope so.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I could have said, like, well, you know, Fenris is a pretty cool guy, and I think that all of his ideas are pretty neato, so that's actually why I'm doing all this. I don't feel like that's the right answer.
It might be right for a particular person. I don't think it's the right answer. I think it messes things up more, but it is a choice. Just because the choices aren't pleasant doesn't mean they're false choices.
True, I guess.
But usually those who join Fenris one way or another end up just either they already are sick or they become very sick because they're lost to hog loss.
Yeah. It's just another extreme. And extremes aren't always the best answer to fix a problem.
Yeah, usually not.
And what about you, Jester? How are you doing?
I'm doing good, honestly, personally. I'm just trying to be stable ground for others.
I feel that one. Is it working?
Well, for some, then for Xander, there's good days and bad days, so it's a adventure.
Yeah, what is up with all that anyway? What exactly is Xander? Where did you find him? What?
Um, it's a little complicated and crazy, and honestly, I'm still trying to figure some of it out, but
Did it have anything to do with the bar getting shut down and all the damage to it?
no, that was something entirely different.
Oh, Jesus.
It happened around the same time, but um, Xander is a Kamazotz, which is a werebat, basically. They were supposed to be extinct, but he changed at the beginning of the year, and since then he's kind of been plagued by guilt at what happened at his first change, as well as a spirit of the worm that is constantly trying to drive him insane or drive him to corruption.
What the fuck? Literally, never a dull moment. Never a single dull moment. What happened with his first change? What?
He killed his family.
Oh no. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine. God.
Yeah, it's honestly, for us, it's not unusual. But he's had no one for months. And so I'm trying to help, I guess, fix some damage that has been done with him being alone with only the voice of the worm in his head driving him insane.
Yeah, is that like what kind of spirit is that? Has Eliza been able to do anything to help it? Is the Caern at least stopping that voice from?
It makes it less. Definitely. It helps, I think, soothe him, and Eliza's been helping a lot, helping keep him calm.
Well, I'm glad that the Cairn makes it less, at least. Jeez. It's gonna take some time for him to get anything figured out.
Yeah, we are working on different options to try to help him.
Yeah, I don't I have no idea what to even say. I don't even know how he's still here, as morbid as that is to say. I know I don't think I would be able to like live with myself if that's how my first change went. Jesus Christ. What a fucked up way to start this life.
Yeah. Like I said, it's also not irregular for us.
That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that that happens often to beings that are supposed to help protect Gaia and restore balance. Like, here you go. The gift that you were just given just killed your entire family, and now you got to fight for Gaia, who gave you the gift that murdered your entire family. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, and I don't know why. But best we can do is try to make things different, so those after us don't have to experience the same thing.
Yeah. You know, a lot of this is just making things better for future generations and for those who come after, you know?
Yeah, exactly. At least trying to.
Yeah.
I mean, the bikers actually happened because another one of us changed.
Really? Are the bikers
Yeah.
okay? Is the like aside from the bar? 'Cause, oof, are the bikers okay?
One's in the hospital, stable, but he's in critical condition. They're not sure if he's going to be able to walk again, but there was nobody else there, so mostly just damage to the bar.
Where's the person who changed? I haven't seen anybody else in the Cairn.
He'll be here eventually. He's taking some time. We know where he is. We're keeping an eye on him, but he's trying to take some time to adjust first to all of this.
Who was it?
One of the prospects. We had been keeping an eye. Unfortunately, when he changed, both Lucas and I were not here at the time.
There's that god awful humor again.
Don't think it's humor.
Well, I mean, the one time you guys weren't around to keep an eye on a dude that you have been keeping a close eye on is the moment that he has his first change. This is the same humor of like, here's this really cool, awesome gift, except you get to kill your family, and now you got to protect the person that gave you the gift that made you kill your whole family. Here you go. This is not funny to us, but there's something out there that, you know, thinks that this is all something.
Maybe there's some spirit fucking with all of us, but Lord knows we probably deserve it, given our history. But I see it more as we're just attacked on all sides. The influence of the worm is so great that everything is fucked up.
Yeah, it's a real shit show. And who knows? Maybe the worm, it's like the worm part of us that's like super tainted and is corrupting, and it's not actually our first changes aren't supposed to be like that, and it's just a result of the worm taint. And that's the humor. It's just the worm's cruel joke.
Maybe. Oh, stretch, stand up. Speaking of being attacked on all fronts, I need to get going. I have a bunch of other things I have to tend to.
It never stops.
Doesn't seem to.
Well, thank you for helping me find a rock.
Yeah. I'm glad we did.
Me too. I'll see you around at the cairn.
I'll be there a lot.
We all will be.
With your bounty in hand, having accomplished the mission of finding a rock to bring to the hearth, the two of you begin the walk back to the cairn. Another moment to bond. Unfortunately, there being so few and far between, it's still nice to have a moment to step outside of it all, to find comfort in family amongst the greater whole. And with that, we transition to our next scene. Old habits die hard. That's what they say. And one of his habits is escapism. Escaping his problems, escaping the things that stress him out, escaping pain. And Forged has been feeling a lot of pain lately. Whether it's his baby mama taking off with the kid, whether it's the death of a best friend due to forces beyond his control, whether it's the return of a mentor, irreparably damaged. It's a lot for any one person to take. So, Forged heads out to do what he always does. Blank out the feelings. Blur the memories. Numb himself. That's exactly what he does. Again. Going from bar to bar, getting kicked out over and over again after they clearly can tell he's been overserved. You walk to a nearby stoop, a section of sidewalk that isn't heavily trafficked by bargoers, and you sit down, pulling out a cigarette and preparing to light it. Even though you're not actively a smoker, this is one of those instances where you could bum one off the street to just try and further numb the feeling. You spark the lighter a couple of times. It just won't light. In frustration, you shake it several times in your hand. And then, as you go to spark it this time, your thumb burns and you drop the lighter to the ground. But as the lighter hits the pavement, the flame is still lit. Which it shouldn't be, as this is no more than a typical Bic lighter. Once you release that little thumb pad, that little trigger, it goes out. But this time, it doesn't. And instead of just not going out, the flame stares at you. Literally stares at you. So this is what it's come to.
You see Forge kind of look down, blink a few times for understanding what's going on. You're doing this again, huh? I've hadn't chatted with you in a hot minute. What's up, man? What's going on?
I'm just watching the self-destruction of a great warrior. Well, one with potential at least. Are you that determined to put out your own fire?
Dude, I'm just trying to enjoy myself, okay, man? I've had a pretty tough month now. Like, can't I just unwind like everyone else does? I mean, I'm sure everyone else has their own shit they do and probably not be the greatest thing or every spirit would be super happy about.
So you're entitled to this. You've earned this. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it sucks. I mean, I don't know. Look, dude, what the message here? I shouldn't be doing this. Like, I've been getting better. I've been doing a lot. I've been, hanging out with all the others and trying to, the Wrath talking about committing to the bit. So I gotta give that a shot. I mean, I could have just fucked off when everything happened, but I stuck around and helped. I mean, I did good, so I should get, a little bit what I want, right? So I guess, yeah, you're right. I am saying I deserve this.
I've been learning a lot about your culture, about the way things have changed. I've learned many things. And one of those things is that you have to fight for your right to party. Did you fight for this, Forged, or did you just let it happen to you? Are you forged from failure, or are you being forged into failure? Because as far as I can tell, everything that you've said happened to you. You didn't fight anything. You just let it wash over you in waves. One bad thing after another after another. You couldn't even convince her to stay.
Look, I tried. Not like I didn't try. I tried saving him. I tried telling her to stay. I did try. You see, actually, like he'll Forge kind of almost hold his own legs, kind of like shrinks a little bit. He'll look down into the flames, and his voice quiets down a little bit, and he'll say, I don't know what more do you want from me? I tried. I fought.
What more do you want from yourself, Forged? Is this enough? Does this fulfill you, sustain you? Does this give you purpose and meaning? Is this the life you've wanted for yourself since you were a child?
The life I wanted from Ember, I don't know if you can know about this, but or like can't understand this, but for guys like me, it's just no, we don't deserve lives like that, man. Not after what I did. After what happened with him.
Guys like you aren't born forged. They're made. They're made when one gives up. when one takes enough hits and isn't willing to stand up anymore? Have you given up? Is that what this is? Because what I see is a second chance, another opportunity at life, and you are wasting it. Yes, something happened to you, and you take it as your own fault. You blame yourself, and maybe a part of you should. But now what's your excuse? Let others go and get lost? Give up on everyone you care about? Give up on yourself? Because you're right. You do deserve this. Because you've decided you deserve it. You're punishing yourself. No one is punishing you except. So why? Why punish yourself? Why drown out every thought, every feeling when you have others around you who are willing, wanting to see you succeed, wanting to prop you up, wanting to love you?
Because they don't know. They don't know the actual shit that I've done. They've seen, me do some of this shit, but they don't know that. You see, Forge will hold his head in his hands, kind of scratch the back of his head, kind of grab his hair, and then just let his head sit up, take a deep breath. They don't know that I'm the reason my brother's gone, okay? And if they knew that, they wouldn't want to see me succeed, and no one else knows. So someone, you wouldn't understand.
Wouldn't I? If they don't know, then tell them and let them decide for themselves rather than predicting how they're going to take it. And besides, here's something you don't know. You're not the reason. You were the catalyst. You provided the opportunity, but you didn't pull the trigger.
It's the same thing, isn't it? I was the reason he was out there, and the reason I didn't watch him like I should, and now he's gone. No one will ever be able to see him grow, him develop, see his potential. I don't understand why you don't hate me. It seems like that's kind of your whole thing is potential and seeing shit grow. And yeah, I was the one that snuffed out all of that.
Not quite yet, you haven't, but you're getting awful close. And no, it's not the same. When a butterfly flaps its wings and lands on a branch, an entire species goes extinct. Do you blame the butterfly? No. That's just what happens. That's how things go. You could have left him home in his bed, and the result could have been the same. Would you still blame yourself then?
I don't know, man. It's not what happened, though.
What did happen, Torch?
I wanted to go to a party, and Ember wouldn't leave me alone and made me take him with him and take him with me. And so I figured I'd just take him somewhere that was, kind of crazy, that was a little, not safe, because I thought that if I take him there, he would be done with this shit and I wouldn't have to bring him with me anywhere else. And we got there, I got distracted. I got caught up with this girl, and I thought he'd be fine. I thought he would be okay. I thought everything would be all right. That he would just come home with me, and I heard his scream, and I tried finding him with my friend. We couldn't find him, and the only thing I found was a shoe, which I threw away because I didn't want to get caught, and I didn't want anyone to know that he was around there. Because if they did, then they know I brought him there, and I would gotten in trouble.
See? You told me just fine. What's preventing you from telling them? You were a child. In ways, you're still a child. How can you be responsible for the weight of the world? How can you carry the burden of responsibility on your shoulders at all times?
They can't know. The rest, at least most of them, I don't know about, maybe all of them at this point. They don't always look at me like I'm some scumbag, and they're sticking around even though I'm an asshole to them. They're just like Duncan, and I just don't want to just see them, that disappointment on their face, and them to realize that, they were right in their thought that I was an asshole. That, they're wasting their time.
You think they're just gonna find out now that you were an asshole?
It sounds stupid, but it's different. It's, if I'm an asshole to them, then that's just them thinking I'm an asshole because, I'm a dick who just says asshole shit. But something like that's something that is worse. That's like rotten to the core level stuff. And I'm worried that if this feels so stupid, but I'm worried that if I'm an asshole and they think I'm an asshole, it's better than if I tried to be nice when they thought I was an asshole and they found out about this shit.
So your solution is to let history repeat itself. To go to a party and leave them alone and let something come and take them from you. Is that right?
There's just a moment of oppressive silence from Forge as he is staring at the flames wordlessly, trying to think of something, clever or something to retort against this, the kind of having nothing, as he just opens and closes his mouth a few times before it's not what I want, but I just don't. I'm worried how. I'm worried about trying, and that if I try, it will be much worse if I never did. I'm getting better at it. It's just a lot of these things lately just reminded me of that pain, and it makes me. I keep having that voice in my head tell me that it's a waste of time and that I'm just setting myself up for failure.
Because that voice has done so well for you so far. You know what the difference is between being an asshole and knowing you were an asshole? Knowing the difference between right and wrong. If you want them to accept what you've done, you acknowledge that you knew it was wrong and that it was a mistake. There's not a single one of them that hasn't done something similar. Everyone makes mistakes. Those with potential learn from them. You have potential, but you're wasting it. You're not learning because it hurts too much. Life is pain. Knowledge is pain. But the powerful, the truly powerful, and not in the false bravado kind of way, they overcome the pain. They work through the pain. They get up when they're knocked down. You want to be that person. You pretend to be that person. Stop pretending. Be it. Don't be afraid of what they're going to think about you. What you think about yourself is far worse. If anything, maybe they'll help you make it right.
Ember, well, you're not going to leave us, right? Abandon us once get whatever you need or after enough time passed.
The only way I'm gone is if you put me out. You lit this flame, a flame that was long dormant. All of you together brought me here. Only all of you together can send me away. I am not going anywhere. But I am flame, and flame can be doused. Are you going to douse me, Forged? Is Raymond? Is Delphine? Is Juniper?
There's just a moment of pause where Forge breaks his gaze as you see, like as he's looking down, straight down towards the ground, thinking about something. You see like a few drops of tears kind of fall from his face, where he says, I don't want to be alone, Ember. I'm tired being alone. I don't want to douse you. I just don't want to be abandoned anymore.
Then stop making it happen. Stop running before they abandon you. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. They want to be close to you, but you're so afraid of getting hurt, you won't let them. But you want them to. Stop denying yourself. Stop getting in your own way. If you want it, fight for it. Go and get it. Stop waiting for it to come to you, because it won't if you keep pushing it away.
A wordless nod to that as Forge will wipe his face as he will kind of stand up a little bit. Thanks, Ember. I kind of needed that. I guess you spirit guys can actually, be pretty decent guides, huh?
I suppose, if only the others were as reasonable as you in this instance. But that's their story to tell. Give them the opportunity to tell it.
He'll try and put on a smile, though it comes across a little weak, as he'll say, well, not all of them are as, rational and well adjusted as I am. He let that small laugh.
Commit to the bit, my friend.
So you've been talking to Rat. Well, I can only be good things, I guess. But
I am always with you. I don't need to talk to anyone. I just need to hear it.
it's actually kind of comforting. I don't tell the others I said that one, but I appreciate that.
No, you're going to tell them.
God. Me talking to a fire to get my shit straight. This is what I've come to, but
give them the chance to take you at your worst, because they will love you at your best. And to be honest, you've already done some pretty shitty things, and they're still here.
Yeah, no matter how hard I fucking try, they stick around. It's a little annoying, but endearing too. It's, like I said, it reminds me of him, Duncan. I'm gonna head back to our place. I'll try to talk to some of them soon. I think Delphine needing some support. She seems a little in over her head lately.
Do unto others what you would have done unto you. It's another thing I picked up recently. Be the person you want them to be. You want them to love you, love them. If you want them to support you, support them. If you want them to abandon you, abandon them, like you've been doing.
You sound like someone else I know. Heather, she's say shit just like that, I imagine. You're pretty quick on the get up, Ember. That's for sure. Hopefully we can talk again somewhat soon, and hopefully I can whip these others into somewhat of a shape to talk to you a little bit better. Hopefully not give you too much of a problem.
I am always with you. You can talk to me anytime. Even if I'm not there to appear, I hear you. I'm listening.
You see, Forge just smiles to that as something that he didn't know that he quite wanted or needed. If he ever thought about that in any other moment, he would have thought it stupid and intrusive. But for some reason, right now, it just feels comforting to know that there's someone there for him, always listening and understanding in a way, as he'll go bend over to pick up the lighter and just give one last thanks, Ember, for going to switch it off and continue walking.
As you do, the flame disappears in a puff, leaving the lighter unlit, but the metal still warm. As you continue down the street, headed for home, your real home. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. Our scene begins focused on a garbage bag in the front seat of a car. Inside the garbage bag, we see a blood-stained blazer and a sandy blonde wig. We then move our way outside of the car to see it pushed, rolling down the hill and into the lake. Our attention is then drawn by the sound of a baby crying. And as we turn, we see a young man, maybe 17 or 18 years old, with dark brown hair, with very similar features to a member of the pack, forged from Failure's brother, stares as he watches the car bearing the body of Lila West go dumping into the lake. He looks to the baby on his hip. I won't lose you. And as he turns to walk away, we see the spiral brand on the back of his neck. And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. If you're not following St. Pete by Night on all social media, you really should get on it so you can enter into our Halloween giveaway going on right now. There is an amazing prize pack that you could win. So get in it, get involved, and tune in to Rage Across Tampa to see what the elders are doing this Tuesday at 10 p.m. on Twitch. And we'll be back with another episode of Hellhounds next Friday at the same time here on YouTube. A big thank you to Nori for joining us tonight as Jester, and a thank you again to all these amazing players. For them, I'm Kent. Have a lovely evening, everyone.